Good morning. I was having some difficulty, man. Sorry about that. Damn, stream labs is acting kind of weird. Took me a bit to log in. But what's up? Good morning. Supposedly Brian Higgins. We'll see. I don't know. He might be taking a stand. It sounded like they were alluding to that previously, and the judge wanted to be done with it today. I don't know why the rush for today, but my volume's a little low too. So let me adjust this. Check, check. Okay. Mic check. Sound good? All right. What's up, Sharlock? Mustard Mama, Grump Dump, Hambone. We are here. Pineapples Lizzie. Brian Higgins admits to destroying evidence. Let's see.
During the federal proffer, Brian Higgins admits that he had been served with a preservation order, and the Commonwealth told him he could destroy his phone despite the order. He then drives to a military base on Cape Cod, opens his phone, breaks the SIM card, and throws the phone away. And he says that he discussed destroying his phone with Brian Albert. Brian Albert also destroyed his phone.
Well, what they're saying with the Brian Albert thing, that was weird. So he got served this order, I guess the same type of order, and the day before it was sent to him, he destroyed it. So, that was sus as hell. I don't think that was coincidence. Cat Has Cat, thank you for the 14 months. And happy belated birthday, Mel. Hope you had a cracking day. Thank you. Nick Rakia is going through a lot right now. I see all the shit going on online. Or Rakeda. Apparently he was arrested, substance stuff. And apparently people had said he'd been spiraling out during his streams. I had no idea. I seen a clip today. I was like, what the hell? On one of the streams, it looked like he was playing with himself under the desk, and he was out of it. I think he didn't know that, I guess he thought the camera was off or something. I had no idea that this dude was going through all this ish. And now it's everywhere, all over. And I remember this guy was really big during Johnny Depp. The other guy, I forget the kid's name. That during BLM, I can't remember his name. He was found not guilty. So this guy's going through a lot of ish right now. And I seen one of the last lives, and I'm like, damn, how people could watch him being like this. But a lot of the stuff that I saw on Twitter, people were saying that they had tried to reach out to him. They tried to reach out, they tried to get him help, and I don't know. Kyle Rittenhouse, thank you. I couldn't believe his face on one of those streams. I guess it was a recent stream. I was like, holy shit, what happened to this guy? Wow. So, don't never invite demons to your home. What was this?
I got to this anonymous letter or the anonymous package. It was postage not paid. Like I had to pay the postage on it to receive it.
Unmuted.
And the post office like, well, where was it sent from? And it had my address as the return address with me as the sendee, which is not true. And in it had this burned piece of paper, which I feel like I'm going to get serial raped here. It says the stars are aligned. A new host is chosen. Hail unto thee, Nick Chan Rakatachu. And then with that,
all persons Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Flooded County of Norfolk. You are near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Yo, Kelly, I was so shocked to see him like that. I did not know.
32117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on the Hopkins Street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David United for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to
Mr.
follow
Elwood
the
said maybe
instructions
like
and
to
refrain
do-
from doing any independent?
What? A video about his criminal history? I don't have a criminal history. You guys make up all kinds of stuff. You're upset that I brought up Nick Rekieta. It's all over the internet. I didn't say anything bad about him. But honestly, if you're upset, I don't care, and you can leave. All right?
We approach just briefly. My
Okay.
apologies.
And trust me, that dude would have did something a long time ago. I want to see if this guy Brian Higgins takes the stand today. Because that shit should be good. And we have a full day today, only one day next week. Still waiting on this furniture. Has not gotten here. Like it's been almost a month now. Bro, if I had some crazy shit, just like all these other people, it would be out there. Trust me, these people would have been, put that shit out there and riding the train, all this shit. These people hope and pray that there's like some shit they can find. Sorry. Not there. Boom. Oh, yeah, that person just wants to try to take the attention out of the chat. He's on timeout for 86,000 seconds. Come back tomorrow. Or on your alt account. Sean Kingston arrested. Apparently he's owed a lot of people money. This other guy, Johnny Dang, says police raiding Sean Kingston's house. How can I collect my money now? Damn. Sean Kingston.
Please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Brian Higgins to the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm here. So this is Brian Higgins?
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And do you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday, and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there?
Yes.
Including several people from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was? So
it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6.8 and I think 7.2. But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have? Was that like a year-round thing, or how often? When about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather, or impending inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall, and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time in January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of, throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtrum today?
I do.
Could you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Sustained.
Are you
I'm
familiar with
monetizing
another
it on
establishment
Facebook.
in Canton called C.F. McCarthy?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw, with reference to the waterfall and/or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked
Yeah,
in with it
what does it-
and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that to her?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
Okay. And the address was 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And about what time, about midnight or so when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground.
Ooh.
But it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow, and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
34 Fairview.
Sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm giving you a laser pointer.
Yeah. When I take a break, I'll read you guys the information about
So,
their alleged
Mr. Higgins, with
thing.
that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where
see.
you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street?
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now,
So you liquor
for
drinker?
that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night, so that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, You drive in, Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take it back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station, is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far? You know?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably. He was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 at 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call, at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I just went into the house.
As far as
into the house.
Outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole, Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before, Jen and Matt McCabe, and then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
Julie.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was...
Objection.
Just that.
Okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, At some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink, but I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands. I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
So I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me. Nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troop was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
The defense said to expect fireworks today for Brian Higgins. Fireworks. I'm waiting, man. I'm ready for the cross already. Caliente. Fuego. Good morning, everybody. If you could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. People on Facebook, too, if you could just hit the like.
Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One.
We're going to cover the text, too. I mean, maybe they're going to say it, but...
One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. If you can just look at those briefly. Familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one.
We got to get rid of the coughs in the courtroom. Be a limit on how many coughs. If you're doing it for straight 7 hours, you got to go. Affect the whole courtroom.
May I present both of those to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And that the communications, or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th? Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that, yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch it?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
Karen did it.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you left?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his
not me.
nephew while you were there?
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's texted exchange between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
YouTube lawyer said Karen did it.
It's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
I might get to the other supers when they pause. Kelly, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Says hearts. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for resubbing. Michelle, thank you for the membership.
Right about there was Sunday, January 16th. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think just say YouTube lawyer about it. Yeah, I don't know what lawyer. I think most people don't think she's not involved.
And I may reproach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and
Stretch. Let's see if we have a minute or two. I don't know how much time we're going to get. I wanted to read this. Prosecutors revealed in a new filing that a man identified as Brian Higgins, who police said was friends with the couples and was present at both the bars where they had been drinking and inside the home where O'Keefe was found dead, was involved in a romantic entanglement. What? With Reed. 2 weeks before O'Keefe's death, Higgins went to the victim's home to watch a football game. Reed walked him out after the game and allegedly kissed him. Text between Higgins and Reed after the date acknowledged the kiss and were described by the prosecutors as romantic in nature, though he declined an invitation to visit Reed at her home. Oh, no. Damn, it was swinging. Well, not swinging, messing around, I guess. Oh, man, what's going on in this town? Hell to the no. He sent that to me. Hell no. That's dirty, too. At my house, biatch. That's dirty. Both of them dirty. For that specific incident. Hell to the no. But was he doing his thing too? O'Keefe or not? Them cops, bruh. Oh man. Hell to the now. The dark side of true crime. Ooh, man. This is a really long article, but I'm just going to read the Karen Reed portion, but they reference other trials. In Boston, Massachusetts, the trial of Karen Reed drags on. The former financial analyst and professor stands accused of striking and killing her Boston Police Department boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her Lexus. Reed maintains her innocence, but true crime bloggers, YouTubers, and podcasters didn't need a trial to decide what had already happened. O'Keefe was murdered by a fellow officer, and law enforcement was framing Reed to cover it up. They mentioned Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy, in his non-true crime life, became so convinced of Reed's innocence that he launched what prosecutors claim was a campaign of harassment and witness intimidation. While Reed stands trial for murder, Kearney now faces at least 16 felony charges himself. It's going to be interesting to follow that when it comes out. There was there was a hearing yesterday. Turtle Boy's attorneys were there. I don't know if Turtle Boy was there too. There was an article. I sent it to myself this morning. Again, I don't know if we have time to really, but I might have to wait for the actual break. I sent myself an article somewhere where I think Turtle Boy's attorneys are pushing for the prosecution to, like, okay, what evidence do you have? Like, you guys are, show me what evidence you have. And they're accusing the prosecution of, like, just dragging this thing out. So the lawyer gave the judge gave the prosecution until, I think, June 13 for the prosecution to deliver evidence to Kearney's defense. So, and that's a process that they're supposed to do. But some of the things that are being alleged is Kearney's defense and the prosecution were ordered to turn over documents and evidence relating to this case. Both sides accused each other of withholding information, and prosecutors are delaying. Returned to court where his attorneys argued that prosecutors are delaying the process of handing over information in one of his criminal cases. He's facing several charges, including intimidation of a witness, picketing a witness, and disclosing contents of a wiretap. They also say, there we go. Reed and her defense team claim that she's a victim of a cover-up. They claim O'Keefe was beaten inside the home, bitten by a dog, and left outside. She has pleaded not guilty. Court documents revealed that investigators allegedly possess evidence of frequent communication between Kearney and Reed. According to the document, Reed provided Kearney with information about the case that was not public. The two allegedly spoke for dozens of hours by the phone and also communicated through intermediaries while publicly denying that they were in contact. So when I was reading this, at first I was like, well, I mean, what's the problem if they're communicating? But I guess what the prosecution is trying to say, that maybe they were in communication, he was purposely leaking stuff that was not public. Maybe that's what the allegations are. So I don't know. We'll have to see how that turns out. I mean, these are some serious charges against him. Of course, he hasn't been convicted. He has to have a trial and stuff. So I don't know when that's going to happen. Let me see if I can play this video.
Join us for a trusted banking partnership.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Where is Chloe? Can we get Chloe? Where is Chloe? So they said they rehoused her. They repurposed Chloe. What's the new safe terms? You know how they say now unhoused? Instead of homeless, they say unhoused or something. Or what do they call them now? They repurposed Chloe.
On the witness intimidation charges since February, but he's still subject to certain court limitations. Now he wants the court to speed up his case. Aidan Carney went from the press box to the defense table in the courtroom today, where his lawyer once again insisted he's not a harasser, but a journalist.
You know, we contend that journalistic activity has never before been a basis for felonious witness intimidation.
Prosecutors have claimed Karen Reed secretly fed Carney information so that he could publicize her version of the case, namely that someone else killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, and that she is being framed by police.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
On the witness stand this week, Jen McCabe rejected Reed's defense claims that she was involved in O'Keefe's death and testified that Kearney and other Reed supporters have harassed witnesses by coming to their homes, screaming at them, and sending them items in the mail.
They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it.
That shit was sick. When I heard that, That's my only thing. And I don't know if they're trying to claim that he did that or I don't know, or some other. I don't know who they're pointing their finger at with that. But if that's true, that is disgusting. Disgusting. That's my only problem with this Karen Reed situation, this story, is that there's a mob online that are going over the top and overboard, and I can never co-sign that. You know, I mean, I understand they feel like these people are the murderers, but there's a legal process. And then if you're really involving kids, that's just disgusting. I don't know who could sign that, who could co-sign that and do some shit like that. So.
All right, so we'll be in recess.
Okay, so they're taking a break. That's my only thing with this case, but, you know, I get it's a very, in that area, it's a very, you know, people are very riled up and feel very strongly about it, you know, but there's just certain things that you don't do, and whoever did that, yeah, it's disgusting. All right, let's see.
And said property of some named blogger.
There were no pictures sent to her of her children with sexual things on her face. That is a complete lie.
So he's denying it. I never seen that part. So, and this is what I was saying for Jen McCabe. Like when stuff like this starts happening, if this really happened to her, I hope that she saved it. Not that you want to have something like that saved, but like if this is really happening.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal.
Let me mute it. You have to start like documenting things to protect yourself because people will deny it. Just like when I went through my crazy shit, people were denying, oh, no, that didn't really happen. You didn't get in threats. No, it's a lie. Thankfully, I saved some of that stuff and I made a police report because these people will do all kinds of shit and be like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. No, that's never happened to you. So if this stuff is really happening, I would, you know, document it. But then again, I think about Jennifer McCabe, and I remember that part where she was like, oh, there was something so horrific in the message. It was so horrific. Oh! And I'm like, oh, what's so horrific? What's so horrific? And they finally, when the defense came, it was just a message talking about, I forgot who said, was it Carrie Roberts or somebody? Somebody had said, oh, that Karen is just like a babysitter to him, and that he really loves somebody else or some shit. Well, she said something horrific. I thought it was actually something else, not that. You know, so I don't know. Is she embellishing in this? Regardless, you know, she should document this stuff, which maybe they have, maybe they haven't, I don't know. And maybe it's going to come up in that trial. Maybe Fraternal will come up in that trial. If stuff starts happening to you like that, you never know. I mean, even if you're not in social media, you can get caught up in something like that, where somebody says some shit, and then you got a mob of people coming for you. And depending what starts happening, I would just always recommend documenting it. If you get like an actual serious like death threat, I would make a police report. Because, you know, God forbid you actually have to defend yourself if somebody comes to your house I've established a record of these people coming for me, threatening me, and now somebody tried to break it and kill me. I felt my life was under threat, so I did what I had to do, and now I have a paper trail. That, or if you have to do a lawsuit at some point, well, now I have all my shit documented, you know? I know sometimes people's first instinct might be to delete it, block it, or whatever, erase it, but then you never know in the future where you might need it, so you should at least document it. So, I don't know what's been going on throughout this Karen Reed stuff. I just know it's been crazy. It's been insane. Glorified babysitter. They can hear me? Did you see the Beverly Hills chase the other day? Ending in a crash. I didn't. I think that's the one chase I might have missed. I could probably believe I don't know. I got a text from somebody saying, how do they know it was semen? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it was something that looked like it. You don't know. I could see that happening. And I'm not saying Turtle Boy, but like somebody out there, because sometimes you have people that hear something and then they take things to the next level. Look at the Drake shit, Drake and Kendrick Lamar beefing and stuff, and then people showing up to Drake's house and shooting, even though some people were saying maybe he did it himself or had somebody do it. There's always somebody out there on the internet. You never know how they're gonna take shit. I've had people go crazy over like me not responding to an email. I remember this one person became totally unhinged because I didn't respond to their email. They're wishing death on me and hope your daughter dies a slow death, all that stuff. I'm like, damn, bro, this guy didn't see the email? There's nobody that checks my emails but me. I used to have a thing. There's actually one email, team@icmail, something like that. That one, one or two people have access to, but like my private icmail at Gmail or icmail, there's nobody else. So a lot of times, especially my ADD ass, I don't see the shit. It's not anything personal. I don't hate you or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to do YouTube and manage my personal life, and I got a kid and all this stuff. But this person went balls to the wall. Sent me a long ass message, yo. I was like, damn. Merhart said Jen definitely knows her semen. A2A Caroline says Jen is a liar. There was something the other day, because this is what I was wondering too. I wonder, you think these people would try to sue Turtle Boy, the family? I saw a tweet the other day that somebody alluded to, like, let me see where it's at. Turtle Boy's, I guess he's facing some pretty serious allegations. I wonder how much time he could be facing. Oh, here, yeah. The family knows exactly who gave Kearney this video. So this person was referencing the video so Turtle Boy had gotten some, because Colin said he had never been in a fight, and then Turtle Boy had gotten some video that looks like Colin fighting. Though when I played the full video, it kind of looks like a horseplay type of thing, like a play fight type of thing. It doesn't look like an actual serious fight from what I saw. But anyway, so it was crazy. He found that video. He got somebody to send it to him, and somebody had said the family knows exactly who gave Turtle Boy this video. Time will not forgive or forget what you've done. Civil court can be far more damaging to one's life than being charged with a crime. Notice how many Kearney shifts the anonymous to the back who gave him the video. Protect yourself, protect your wallet. I think it was like a vague, somewhat legal threat. I don't know if it'd really be worth it for them, especially when he's facing this criminal stuff anyway, the witness intimidation stuff. Oh, there's more videos coming out. Alicia says, I want to know the Turtle Boy sources. He has a lot of connections. I do believe that he has a lot of connections, a lot of people out there. I don't think he would say his sources. I mean, especially if they want to be protected. In the past, when I've covered some stories and I've had people reach out to me or family reach out to me, and they give me some like exclusive stuff and be like, listen, you can say it, I just don't want my name out there. I would never betray the source and put the name out there unless they wanted to be out there. All these people were drinking that night too, I guess, and driving, drinking and driving. The Nick thing too, I'm so blown away because I didn't know this guy was struggling that much. It's kind of scary to see. And at one point, people are saying, I think it was one of the last streams, like, people are alleging that this dude was like jacking off on stream. Bro, I saw this little clip. I'm just like, what happened? What happened, man? I guess it's like a cautionary tale. You know, people were alleging alcohol, and I saw a clip people saying coke. Some guy that knew him saw him rail 2 lines of coke before or something. Wow, man. Hopefully, he gets the help he needs. Especially, I think he has 5 kids or something like that. He's kind of living like a Johnny Depp life almost. That's just crazy. I guess this is on his channel or whatever, but I think he thought he ended the stream. Jesus Christ.
Why is my camera still on?
Yeah, I had no idea. You see, I hope that if I ever spiral like that there's some people that like, yo, Mel, cut the fucking shit out, bro. Like, but supposedly people had said that there was people that told him that. There was people that like, but sometimes you can't do, like, you can sometimes talk to somebody all day long to try, and you can't make them, you know, like, if you can't make somebody do something they don't want to do. And I saw what some people were saying is like, sometimes you have to hit rock bottom, I guess. Some people were kind of hoping like maybe this is his rock bottom, and that, you know, that's it. I've never seen the guy look like that before. I was shocked to see all this stuff this morning. Kelly says all the law tubers have tried to help him. He pushed them all away. Damn. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I really believe that too. Like, there's some people, no matter what you do, you can't, like, until they want it for themselves, you know? So some people are rejoicing because people have said that he's done really horrible stuff to people allegedly. Some people claim mocking and humiliating a suicidal fan, which I did read a little bit about that. I don't know, but I'm not the type. I don't revel in people's, because you never know. You find yourself in some shit, you know. But it was just shocking for me to see because the guy's name is Rakia Law. I mean, at one point, he had like 100,000 people viewing him on YouTube concurrently on stream. 100,000 people. He was like, really? They even said that he had the most. He was like the top super chat earner on YouTube at one point. I mean, he was the top of the top. Yeah, yeah. There's a video. Everybody says there's a video that showed him from 5 years ago till now. It makes me think too, man, like about some, you know, I like to drink sometimes, and I just think about the long-term effects, even short-term effects, you know. I notice anytime I take, like, I used to do my little detox sessions where I take like a nice break and just completely clean out my body. And I notice my skin looks better. I notice I'm kind of more funny, more snappy. And he's married, but people claim he has a side chick too. I guess they're all like whatever. I don't know. I really don't know the guy's personal stuff. I've watched him here and there, and I know that people love him. Maybe there's people that hate him too, but people love him. And he was at the top of the game on YouTube. I've never spoken to him. I don't know him. I know somebody that knows him and talks to him, but I think they were shocked too because I told them yesterday, and they're like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah." That's got to be like, man, I can't imagine going viral for something like that. Like all this stuff. I mean, I think honestly, if it was just the arrest and the substances and that was it, like it'd be okay. But the fact that you see all these videos and that they say this has been happening for a while just makes it like, fuck. Yeah, she was booked in jail as well. Yeah. Oh, really? I watched the guy called this morning, the quartering. I watched it. He did a video on it. Um, I thought it was a good video. It was interesting to see. He was just wishing him like well, hopefully he gets better. Type of shit. Quartering, he was talking about too. Like he said, he doesn't even drink anymore while streaming because he said like sometimes you get too comfortable and you say some shit and then they cancel you. Oh yeah. Oh, there's like Perriette. If you look at the comments on Twitter, there's a lot of sympathy, but then there's other people that are like, no, like he was laughing at this person when they were going through it. No, allegedly there was somebody that wanted to kill themselves, and he said some shit at them and laughed at them or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but crazy. The good thing that he has on his side, apparently it seems like there's a lot of people that love him and are going to support him. And if he decides to turn things around, he can probably make a comeback or something, or maybe even advocate if he wanted to. There's a lot of people out there that don't have that support that are going through this, and you're just kind of, nobody gives a shit about you. At least he has all this support and stuff. These people are crazy on Twitter. I agree, JMD. It does. Yeah, quartering's still around. Yeah, he's doing really good too. I agree, Mystic Rip. Yeah. Sometimes people just need that wake up call. That shit's viral. So, I don't know. Maybe he'll have his moment. Maybe he just takes a little break and get things figured out. I don't know if the news has caught of it yet. I know a lot of YouTubers have. I don't think the news has picked up on it yet. He also has like a lawsuit too, I think, going on. Somebody's suing him. I thought. Oh man, according to this article, I didn't know this. It says Child Protective Services is now involved to ensure the safety of their kids. It says an appeal was filed in the state of Minnesota regarding the court order judgment related to Nick and Rakila. Nick and Kayla have 5 children, and the recent arrest incident involving them has raised concerns. According to this article, I never heard of this Belmont Film House. They claim that Child Protective Services is involved to ensure the safety of their kids. Wow. Oh, they homeschooled all the kids too? Oh. Elias says Aunt Bevy's hitting the flask. Yeah, he has an active lawsuit. I don't know what it's about. I saw some other YouTuber mention it, and he apparently called somebody a pedo or something, and so that person's suing him now. I think that's what I heard. Yeah, Charisma. I did see that. Diddy has another lawsuit. Mamma mia. Erica said the kids are with family members. Luna says, I missed this morning. Is Brian Higgins worth watching? I think in the cross it's going to be. I think you can probably just continue from here. I don't think you really need to go back. I mean, unless you want to. The defense said that there's going to be fireworks, according to one news article, once they cross-examine. Yeah, Kelly said he's been spiraling for a while. How long is this break? I would have thought 15 minutes, but I don't know how long it's been now. I can put on, what was a Core TV segment I wanted to see on this? I need to use the restroom too. Probably going to go in a second. I guess when they come back, I'll go. I wanted to see this. Oh, that TikTok star guy. I forgot about that. I want to see that at some point. I don't know if that's interesting or not. I don't know if I have time this weekend. I want to watch that. Enraged. Oh, I want to see the cross. I don't know. We should watch both. I wonder if we have time this weekend. I want to see that TikTok star guy. That guy enraged, admitting to killing his wife or girlfriend or whatever. Took the stand. That's ballsy. Takes the stand. Okay. Let's see here.
Snowy weekend is back. And that's what their experts are going to say. And this is important because if it's at 227, it's a much different scenario. John O'Keefe's body hasn't been discovered. So if you're searching this at 227, it's because you're curious about what's going to happen to a guy who was just put out on the front lawn in the cold. So it's about.
Barefooted Nurse, thank you for the 5. Says, to be law enforcement, this man is a nervous wreck. Brian Higgins.
When the search was done, not exactly what the search was of, because there's sort of an agreement there about what the search was, right? Now, this search, this alleged 2:27 a.m. search, is what really launched the Free Karen Read movement. It's a big part of the defense, but it's really the cornerstone of the movement as well. And now, after what happened in court today and what this jury heard, I think one of the questions a lot of people are asking are, did these Karen Read supporters, did they go too far in what they did? Because the allegations from Jennifer McCabe.
Lundy, thank you for the super chats earlier as well. Says Jameson makes people fight or cry. He's a Patriots fan, explains the ass grabbing. She pulled a glass out of her coat. Karen Houdini, swingers party, but it was just a Karen. And the guy describing his Sims world. This guy's describing his Sims world. Christina.
To be law enforcement, this man is a nervous wreck.
Christina, I would love to look into John Paul Miller, wife, Mika, Pastor John Miller. I just haven't. I don't know. People have asked me. I'm going to have to sit down and there's probably a lot of information I'll have to go through. I feel like I'm just so late in that story. Oh my God, this is what they're saying. Thank you for tagging me in this. Jules tagged me. So it says Rakia Law was arrested after a mandatory reporter had reported concerns regarding child neglect. Oh, Jesus Christ. Mandatory reporters in Minnesota are people in law enforcement, health services, education, and members of clergy. Maltreatment reporting. Mandatory reporter is a person who knows or has reason to believe a child is being maltreated or has been maltreated within the preceding of 3 years shall immediately report the information to a local welfare agency responsible for assessing or investigating the report, police department, county, sheriff, tribal social services agency. A professional or professionals delegated or delegate was engaged in the practice of healing arts, social services, hospital administration, psychological or psychiatric treatment, childcare, education, correctional supervision, probation, and correctional services, or law enforcement, or employed as a member of the clergy, or received information while engaged in ministerial duties, provided that a member of clergy is required, blah, blah, blah. So somebody reported something. And it says here, mandatory reporter had concerns. So I wonder who, somebody must have reported him. Damn, bro. Well, I hope those kids are okay. And they're saying that supposedly CPS is confirmed. Possible child neglect. Oh, man. That's not good, dude. Let me show you this picture. That's the shit, man. Like when you're streaming and doing all kinds of possible. They said possible child neglect. Wow. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oops. Well, that's the sheriff's office address. Okay. I thought it was his address. I was like, oh, shit. Oops. The county sheriff's office. Okay. Damn, man. That's crazy. Crazy. Somebody got all this information. I have a mandatory reporting issue I want to speak with an officer about. So there was a report made. It was reported 5/16/2024. They received it in person, so I guess somebody showed up over there. I don't know, or they went to the person. Wow. Damn, bro. That's not good. I mean, I don't know if maybe they could, like somebody said earlier, like somebody claimed the kids were with the family. Maybe if they can get those kids to stay with family in the meantime while he resolves this. I mean, maybe he could beat it too. I don't know. Maybe he can. I mean, it doesn't help that they found those substances on him, though. And then I saw somebody commenting too about like, because the thing is, the charges are gross misdemeanor, possession, ammo. So they had allegedly drugs or substances plus guns or a gun or whatever. And somebody was like, oh, well, I don't know. In the amendment, it doesn't say you can't be fucked up and have whatever drugs. I know in Florida, you're not supposed to be drunk and have a gun. You're not supposed to be under the influence. Like, you get in trouble for that. Or even in your house, if you're drinking, your gun's supposed to be locked up anyway in the house, but I think it is. But if you're drinking, it's not supposed to be out. Oh, if you have a kid, it has to be locked up. But if you're drinking, you're not supposed to be using your gun or have it out or whatever. Katie Girl says, no wonder this trial is taking so long. What the F are they doing? Or Bev touching up her roots. They have this is probably the most breaks I've ever seen during a trial. And most days off. They have this lenient schedule of Tuesdays, Thursdays, and half days. Which at first I was like, okay, well, that's not too bad. We can pace ourselves, whatever. But then they're taking these constant breaks, constant sidebars. Objections don't have to be. They don't have to have any grounds. Random days throughout the week. Oh, we're not coming in tomorrow. We're not. Well, I guess yesterday was because of the Turtle Boy thing. And like next week, there's only 1 day of trial. This thing is moving at a snail's pace. And today, I mean, I think it was Wednesday, the judge had said that they want to get Brian Higgins done today. So you're taking this extended break. It's not even lunchtime yet. They don't even start on time. They rarely ever start on time. Like I set this shit for 9:30. I wanted to. In the morning. Let me see if I can find out on Twitter what's going on. Let's see. That's the problem, man. They take all these extended breaks and all this shit, yo. Let's see that the reporter's name. I forgot. Susan? Something? Susan? Damn it. Oh, wait. Sue. Let's see what she had to say. There's a sidebar. The judge tells jurors to stretch, then tells them to take a recess. They're out of the courtroom. Higgins is also given a break. Sidebar continues. They're having some type of, I don't know, disagreement, I guess. There's no information on it besides that. Who else is in the courtroom? You might as well just send the people to lunch. Yeah, that's true. Lily said a great witness who was romantically interested in the defendant and got rejected and is now testifying against her. Yeah, that does look bad. Rejected, she tried to duck the life out of him in John's garage. Oh, maybe, yeah. The medical stuff from Brian Higgins they were requesting. Maybe that's it. If they don't get to the cross today, that's going to be so unfortunate, I think, to then go into next week and have all these days off. It's interesting too to take that much time off in the middle of a trial, because I would think you want to try to keep everything fresh in the jurors' minds, you know. Shit, if I got a whole week off, I'm chilling, whatever. Apparently, the Dogecoin dog passed away. I forgot how old this is. This dog, the meme dog for Dogecoin, passed away. The name was Kobashu. Yeah, the Young Thug trial, man. Oh my gosh. We had a police chase yesterday, tax cut. Police chase. It was alright. Young Thug. They've been dragging that shit out, man. Ugh, it's gotta be torture. It's gotta be hell.
on the witness stand
Long
today
ass break.
became evidence in the case about what she says happened to her and her family at the hands of Karen Reed supporters. And it was interesting because now the jury's hearing about what the Karen Reed supporters are saying and doing, yet there's a court order to keep them 200 feet away from the courthouse. With all this happening, the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe today, it got very personal. It was very, very contentious. Let's take you inside the courtroom.
My client said, I hit him. What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
No.
You thought that Reed may have made these.
Somebody on Twitter, this is so stupid. Somebody said, my understanding is that the recess just occurred due to the feds having surrounded the courtroom.
Same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming, my hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Because you've put it out in social media.
You made that search at 2.
She was spicy. That was spicy. She was snapping back.
2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
And then, of those 3 searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
He dated a lot of people. My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Okay, anyway, I want to hear these people go back and forth a little bit.
If that search was found,
they might as well have just sent the jury to early lunch. They're going to take this long.
Found on your phone.
Objection.
Could you answer that, please? I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
What a big moment, important moment for both sides of this case, important moment for the jury. I mean, this is part of the basis how they're going to figure out whether or not this search was done at 2:27 or if it was done when they found John O'Keefe. This Google search by Jennifer McCabe. Let's take a look at more of this back and forth, this cross-examination about this extremely significant Google search.
You see this first search that says hostile armed to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
Nick Rock.
Sister's lawn dying.
All right, let's bring in our trial insiders. Joining me tonight, Karen Reed supporter,
and I've seen this guy sitting in the courtroom.
Creator of the Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook page. You saw him inside the courtroom today, Nick Rocco. Also with us, the YouTuber behind Yellow Cottage Tales, Kevin Lenahan, and criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr. Great to have all of you here. Let me begin with you, Nick, inside the courtroom. You're watching this moment. You're watching this critical cross-examination. And my understanding is this search at 2:27, this alleged...
Wow.
So
Oh my
while
gosh.
the jurors are coming in, why don't I see counsel?
Again? You know that you guys ever watched that documentary Super Size Me? Apparently that guy passed away, 50-something years old. Morgan Spurlock. He did the thing where he ate McDonald's like all day long, every day for like a month or some shit. Dead at 53. They say he passed away from cancer. Damn. It was called Super Size Me. I think it was on Netflix. It was really like popular, I guess. I think it was on Netflix. Went viral. He ate nothing but McDonald's for a month straight. It took Spurlock 14 months to lose the weight he had gained during the documentary experiment. Wow. Right. Shit, dude. So I don't know. I wonder if they'll actually be able to even... We'll see. Get the crossing today.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you.
Oh, really?
So it was worth the time.
Wow. All right, let me use the restroom.
And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence, on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay? All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting for you now a separate series of documents of 118 pages in length. Page number just for your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
103A.
103A?
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103, so it should be 103.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both Exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with Exhibit 104. Okay. So much, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the jury on the screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you?
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
Your Honor, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. If you turn the page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone.
Wow.
I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lido show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the Curran show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy.
Oh, it's Florida.
I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
And as far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers.
Lord Almighty.
There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Okay.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out?" And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, "Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young." And I responded, "He died in March of 2020. I'm still not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it?" I responded, "Cancer." Defendant responded, "I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind?" I responded, "Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn your attention to the next page.
Damn. Darren was trying hard. It seemed like no.
And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat." I responded, "That's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out." Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say "out of rotation?" ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, "I just got a Saturday invite." The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, haha.
Hey, girl, you really
Sir,
get it
is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there, is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Get it in, girl.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, "John said Brian's being wishy-washy now," in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
That sounds like some swinging shit.
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot.
Oh.
I responded, are you serious or messing with me?
Oh, no.
Defendant responded, no, I'm serious.
Damn.
I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here.
Oh, God.
I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question.
Oh, God.
And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house?
I believe it was that night.
Bruh.
Now, at
cringe.
Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you?
Push it too.
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like how you were kissing
like
the other
romantic.
guy. What's his name?
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you, question mark, hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
And sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump.
Oh.
Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
Damn! That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33.
This is crazy, dude. Oh my God.
That, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
What?
I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark.
What?
Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark.
Oh my God.
Defendant responded, where is that?
YouTube lawyer
I said,
donated
Canton PD.
$5. Card reads
Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Oh my God.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first.
Oh, man.
I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes,
Ooh.
with like semicolon and some type of remark there.
Skeezer!
Are you? Question mark.
Skeezer.
And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36.
Hell no, man. This is crazy, dude.
And if you could please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question. and said, "Is this a trick question?" Defendant said, "I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house," with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, "Are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this." Defendant responded, "I live here, but I have property in Enfield." I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, "Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility." I responded, "You started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number?" And it says, "Each out to me." It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, "Still have not told me."
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read.
You don't want no
that.
responsibility. You try to frame this guy. The framers
Defendant
a
said,
framer.
"Sorry, should I not have?" I responded, "I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer." Defendant said, "You're mad at me?" I said, "OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly." Defendant said, "I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you." And then she said, "A lot." I responded, "Feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming." Defendant said, "Why?" Question mark. I
Oh, my
responded,
God.
"Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation." Defendant responded, "I was, but things have deteriorated."
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "Why?" Question mark. "How so?" Question mark. "What did Melissa say when you asked for my number?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up." I responded, "He seems very into you." Defendant responded, "I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it." I said, "That's cute. She wasn't suspicious?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "No, she's great." I responded, "Does she know you like me?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "She's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great," with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
God almighty.
Defendant said, "Yeah, but where is that?
Player
I
gotta
have
play.
had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water." I responded, "Are you breaking up or staying together?" Defendant responded, "I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation."
What?
I responded, "When was that and how did you find out he hooked up?" Question mark. "I don't want to complicate your situation."
Oh, this is the bullshit
Defendant
kissing.
responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, "It does matter."
Is that the thing with
Now,
the
as
two
far as
girls?
that
I said
indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
Yeah, that's the thing with the younger
This was
sister.
something that she brought up, not only in the text communications with you, but in
She
person
denied it.
communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 41 and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" Question mark.
Yes.
I said, "Sorry, I was just asking."
She don't
I was
wanna
just
say
trying
it,
to
'cause she
figure
knows
shit
they didn't hook
out.
up.
Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay. Hear you loud and clear, Karen.
She got up. She didn't like that shit.
Defendant responded, okay.
She's trying to get sympathy out of him because she want to fuck this guy. The sister, the niece thing, they said that it wasn't true, whether you believe him or not. I kind of believe the girl. She was in a relationship. She said that Karen just freaked out and said that, oh, he kissed me or some shit like that. And so he's trying to be like, so what? Did they hook up? She don't want to answer because they did it.
Responded, why are you getting...
She wanted an excuse to fuck.
Your thing all twisted up over simple questions. And then I typed thong. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Come on, let's get real. Now, I don't believe too much either, though. Him being like, oh, I'm trying to suss you out. I'm just experimenting, just trying to figure it out. I think he was into her as well. I think he was maybe skeptical, but I think he was into her as well.
Attention to page 46. Ask you to read from that.
Ooh, Rakia's being arraigned today at 11 Central.
Defendant is in gray. She said,
being streamed.
We did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble. I think you initiated that. No, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology? Question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me? Question mark. I responded, what's on the table? Question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
This is interesting. I can't lie. This is like, what the hell is going on? Yo, traveling. I was kind of wondering that too. Maybe they're all into that kind of swimmer life or something. I don't know.
I can direct your attention to page 57, sir.
The real deal.
And ask you to read from that.
Yeah, they making sure they can see the text. I agree, Jennifer.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army's Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Now, sir, in reference...
I wonder what the defense has,
that
bro.
page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's in old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? Question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dusk. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why? Question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want? Question mark. Or who? Question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were happy in this. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61.
Dude.
Read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
Wow.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read that, sir.
This is for me, Daddy. I'm being patient.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters.
My dog's going crazy.
Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? ? Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? ? Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
Wow. I ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang? ? Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant.
You can vent, babe?
I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 64, asking.
I think so too, B.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, "Are you single?" ? I responded, "Yes." Defendant said, "I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, "You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, "And on vacay and probably a few other occasions." I responded, "You didn't," it should say, "You didn't really beg." Defendant said, "I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, "Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it when they do live with someone." And then I said, "Do not do it." Defendant responded, "Maybe, maybe not."
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77.
Man, how many pages of shit? Oh, no.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I could go on, but I do not want to pump," it should say, "your shit up too much." Defendant responded, "Thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside." I responded, "You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places." The defendant responded, "John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly," with an emoji of somebody throwing up.
I think she wanted to start shit.
I responded,
How she want to start
what?
shit?
Defendant responded, "Yeah,
She wanted
he
drama.
has cameras everywhere."
And
You
she loved
cops,
it.
with another emoji.
She loved it.
I
She loved
responded,
that shit.
"Jesus."
Yeah, she's trying to start
Defendant
shit.
said, "He's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, "OMG, great."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
She liked that shit.
responded, "I don't need drama, dude." Defendant said, "No, it's fine." I responded, "Seriously?" Defendant said, "I'm serious," with an exclamation point. I said, "You legit planted one on me." Defendant responded, "I know where the cameras are anyway, duh." And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, "So your slick move
Carrie.
isn't on there?" with some question marks. Defendant responded, "Course not." I responded, "Oh my God." And then I said, "I almost," an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, "It was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too." I responded, "Yeah, weak. I agree."
Now, as far as
What? Who's gay
cameras at
Jeff?
Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. I ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "LOL, funny." I responded, "So now he is jealous of me? ? Defendant said, "No," with an exclamation. "I told you, he likes you a lot." I said, "Which makes this worse? ? Defendant said, "You said or did something at the bar last week," and he goes, "I like Brian more and more." I responded, "I think he's a good dude too." Defendant responded, "Yeah, he is." I responded, "Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun."
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
Gay Jeff needs to testify. Wow.
I said, "It was fun."
Look, just over the
Defendant
road.
said, "I've complimented you today too," with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, "And kicked my nuts in." Defendant said, "OMG, how?" I responded, "If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's," and then I said, quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of a,
wow,
I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 9.
This is Higgins, Abby, yeah. I don't know who Gage Up is.
9-0?
9-0, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink.
I wouldn't assume that.
I responded,
I guess
you're the
in this
master of
situation,
avoidance, so you think I would just give it, meant to say give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
Oh.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
Like a Fed. Getting evidence, collecting evidence. Wow, dude.
I'm asking you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I can now direct you to page 102.
Bruh. Rusky.
And ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way. What? And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with.
She's like trying to get confirmation.
Normal. I responded, okay.
Bro,
Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
What do I have to agree with you? You're trying to get me to sign a contract with you to go sign your bullshit.
107.
You wouldn't care, right, if you're fucking somebody married or in a relationship, whatever, right? You shouldn't, right?
That, sir.
Do you agree?
Defendant said, at a bar, ? I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I
She's
know
still trying,
you're
bro.
with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? ? Are you out now? ? Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
This page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, John was a friend at the same time. And
a friend.
I certainly wasn't. If they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Oh, damn, Nick's on right now.
Now, that evening or at any other point,
we're going to get it after.
At any other point in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, ? Defendant said, with talking, ? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond, and I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take this.
Very serious face.
A couple more questions for you. Taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, do you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then, as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is. Yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wow, Mamma Mia! What a day! What a freaking day!
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Rakia's arraignment's happening right now.
When present with a sale or possession of a controlled substance, again, a gross misdemeanor, maximum.
Do all your coke out, Nick, and kill yourself, you stupid motherfucker.
Hey, who's talking over there? Oh, people are joining and talking shit to him while the thing is going on. Let me see. Hold on.
Again, when present with a sale or possession of a controlled substance, again, a gross misdemeanor, maximum.
Do all your coke out, Nick, and kill yourself, you stupid motherfucker.
Wow.
No.
Damn, this has got to be like crazy as fuck. Because what happened was on Twitter, they were putting out the Zoom link and the code to dial in. And so I guess trolls have joined the session. Because there's people that really don't like this guy.
Warn everyone again, this is a court proceeding. If you were in a courtroom with me, I would remove you. So this is a court proceeding. If you were in a courtroom with me, I would remove you. So
Oh
any violation of that will be removed.
And the laughing, I think, is the people that have joined. Those who hear that laughing in the background.
Judge,
Damn,
I just
dude.
disabled people the ability to unmute themselves, so I will work to unmute people as they report this morning.
Fuck. All right, thank you.
Nick knows.
Aside from Mr. Ikeda and Mr. Kornahachi, no one needs to at this point.
Damn,
lastly,
bro.
I think I was saying that the count 3 gross misdemeanor has a maximum sentence of 364 days and or $3,000
25 grams of
fine.
coke isn't that much. Is
Mr.
it?
Ikeda,
It's a fair bit, man. Is it? I've never bought.
Second
Okay.
question, the max.
So there's people just over talking the judge? Is that what's going on?
I mean, you're getting
With
minimum 5 years here,
each,
like
each
guaranteed
count.
if you get caught with that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't
all
know
right.
about 5
Now, I
years,
don't
but
mean
it's
so I can
it's
tell
probably
you
not
that you
trafficable,
are
but
an
it's
attorney,
I
but,
mean I don't know, but it's a
important
fair
that
bit.
I know that
Yeah,
you understand your rights here. First of all, you are presumed to be not guilty of these charges. It is the state.
It said 25 grams or more,
Mr. Jackson,
too.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
We'll check this out.
To the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
Oh,
an attorney,
Oh,
my
shit.
attorney.
Is there
Oh,
a
let's
reason
go!
you felt compelled to
Let's
bring an
fucking
attorney
go!
with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Were you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service as a doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
Yes.
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors, at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022. Probably had that office for more than 3 years.
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
yeah.
Not 18 years. 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
Maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean? You're taken out of the field?
Was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained. Let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral. I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance?
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise?
Retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together?
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people, yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
That's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it.
Uh-oh, getting a little tense. Oh, hi.
You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
We're blocking
You were
everything.
asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that.
Okay.
The formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
So he's trying to get to all the reputations of these people being fighters. I finally got the whole TV stand set. It shit's huge. They were downstairs, so I had to go pick it up. Because the guy, there was a small, skinny, elderly guy. He couldn't bring it up, so we had to do it together. It's really heavy. This is interesting, really interesting. I don't think it necessarily that all these people know each other is crazy. Like when you work in a field, you tend to know people and shit. But I mean, I guess they're connecting the history fight, and they're really close and buddy, and they've been to toast, they've toasted before or whatever. That shit, the craziest shit to me was like these revelations in the text messages with Brian and Karen so far, and how a lot of these people have been arguing, their relationship was fine, and everybody's testified everything was good, and there was no issues, and everything was perfect, and she loved the kids, and then see these text messages, they're like, I'd feel differently if they were mine. They're not her kids. They're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine. Which, if you feel like that, that's fine. You feel like that. You can feel like that, but it was an optical illusion. This, I mean, you could even, if you wanted to argue, it's all circumstantial. You could argue, oh, maybe there's motive. Maybe she really wasn't happy. Maybe she wanted to looking around to hook up with somebody else or be with somebody else, want to be done with this and done with the kids. I'm single. We're kind of single in a way. I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. That's a lot of stress. It is. I can imagine taking on 2 kids. Damn, I want to stream this damn Nick Rekieta stuff. Maybe on the lunch break. I don't know how long. How long is the hearing? The hearing. I don't know if we can do it in an hour. So weird. Oh, here. The hearing is about. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we can do it in an hour. It's about 20 minutes long, maybe. Let's see. 10, 15 minutes long. We could probably do it in an hour, maybe. Under an hour. And it can end mad if he flirted. I really think, because I've seen women do that type of shit. Try to start shit, create problems, and then put 2 guys at each other. And just to get back at the other guy and try to cause all these problems and shit.
Yes.
I feel like that's what she was doing.
You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him, gone out to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey?
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale?
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking something?
Drinking something.
Okay. Alcoholic?
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think no, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken, say that again?
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more?
More than what?
More than you?
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Well,
all right. So.
Well, that wasn't. So.
That was like a statement. It wasn't really a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
Okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
Bev.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there?
Yes, I did.
After having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else?
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well?
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that.
shit.
After that incident.
Oh, shit.
Yes, after the Patriots game.
Okay, yep.
You exchanged flirtatious texts.
We did.
With Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th she didn't respond, and the 29th she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't.
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right?
I think the text. I think the text on the 29th, John died. There's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting. I'm talking about after you said well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
May I?
Yes.
So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to, too. You didn't have any physical, intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex?
No.
That's because of him, because if it was Karen, they would have had sex.
I'm glad you came over tonight in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago. She was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl. Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times.
Yes.
You saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you.
Yes.
Correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
Ooh. I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attractive.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position.
No, it puts Karen's in a bad position. What are
The
you talking about?
objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like...
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
Like a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Yo, they're reaching so hard with this. Crazy.
And she was answering
I got you, Wilson.
Things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know. Correct?
Yes, she did.
When you
Making the
asked,
thumbnail now.
so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if...
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
You were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well.
Okay.
Right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John O'Keefe, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Oh, no,
that was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that. It was done. Right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
Yeah,
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of that.
Yeah, shut up.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th. She never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks? And what I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now.
Oh, isn't that so nice of the
maybe
judge?
we'll go 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock, if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you,
Ain't that nice of the judge? Let's penalize the jury and take 20 minutes from them for their lunch. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, let's penalize the jury for all this bullshit. Y'all been pulling all this delays and shit. And late starts. I gotta wait every morning for y'all to start this shit.
so why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
Bloop. So we got a standoff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm streaming it on the second page because I can't risk doing it on this page and getting stuck for hours when we got to come back after lunch. Oh, to the chase. City of Compton. Corona. Let the canines go, baby. Ain't that shit? Testing. What the? What the? Two Bearcats. Oh my God. Ain't go nowhere. They say he stole a bar of candy from the store. He refused to stop. They stopped all the streets and got Bearcats and everything to get this thief. All right. I'm going to do this. All right, so here's the plan, guys. This is what I'm going to do. Once they stop here for lunch, I'm going to end this stream. I'm going to make a new stream, though, for when they come back. And I'm going to focus on the second channel right now until they get back from lunch. Standoff. I don't know what I think about this testimony. It's interesting. I feel like they're reaching a little bit for anything they can reach for, they're just trying for. You know what I'm saying? I think this makes Karen look worse than Brian. I mean, it's not a good look for him either, but she's the defendant. She's on the stand. And I just feel like she was being very manipulative. And even the lawyer with this. I feel like any common sense, genuine person would look at these texts and be like, I don't know. I feel like she was trying to start shit. Like, trying to, like, I mean, I don't know if she got excitement out of it. Oh, yeah, we have cameras all over the house, but come over. You know, I think she's trifling. Does it mean there's evidence for murder? No, but it adds to the circumstantial, I guess. She ain't no angel. Brian ain't either, because that was supposedly his friend. You should have told your friend. You should have told him, listen, this chick is hitting me up. This is what's going on, bro. I gotta let you know. You know, he liked her too. He was attracted to her. They both look bad. I think she looks a little bit. She's the defendant, though. She look worse. Does it maybe mess with his credibility? Maybe, yeah. You can say that, maybe. Ain't nothing happened on vacation. That bitch crazy. She made that shit up. Those people testified. Oh, he kissed her. And the woman testified. I did not. Two of the sisters testified. I didn't kiss that guy. And then Karen snapped and said, what she said? Fuck you, or some shit like that. I think she wanted to hurt John emotionally. She wanted to fuck with him because that's what some women do sometimes. Some of them will take things to the next level. And so let me fuck one of your cop peers, one of your friends and a cop peer. And try to make it salacious. Let's get this shit on camera. And I feel like with those texts, she was very slick the way she was talking to him because she didn't want to concede too much. She knew that. I feel like she knew that maybe John would see the text or maybe she could get caught. So in case she gets caught, let me not be too outright with it. I mean, she was out with it, but like, let me just be a little bit cautious. You can tell. I feel like she was texting with the thought of, well, maybe somebody might see this shit. I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. I'm not buying this bullshit. To me, she's a skeezer. She's a skeezer, man. They're trying to put like she an angel all this time. She don't want them kids around. Give me a minute. Let me figure this out. Yeah, man. Let me set up the new stream. I know there's people that love her. I get it, but I get it. I'm still giving the defense a chance and the prosecution. They still got to plead their case. They still got to, finish. The cross-exam just started, so who knows what else they're going to bring up. But I feel like those text messages destroy the facade that's been presented this entire trial. I don't know, maybe the facade's not the right word. I feel like it penetrated the surface of what's really going on. She was grooming that backup plan. But yeah, it still doesn't equate. It's not evidence, like, as far as, like, yeah, she killed him. I mean, maybe they can I don't know. Maybe they can add a little bit of, like, oh, maybe she wanted it. Didn't like him. I don't know. She wanted to get rid of that lifestyle, having to take care of kids and be with somebody she don't want to be with. It is a lot to take on, especially the whole thing where she never wanted kids. That's a big deal. So, hey, if you feel like that, you feel like that. Kids not for everybody. Everybody has their own choice. There's nothing wrong with that. But she got into the situation where John took in these two kids. I think his niece.
You are muted.
And it was a really nice, noble thing to do. But it's like you're in a relationship and you're with somebody.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers.
And all of a sudden they got like this, I don't know, family emergency or whatever. You never wanted kids. You don't want to have to take care of kids. Maybe even hate kids. Some people can't stand kids. But now all of a sudden you're with two kids. And you're doing a lot of work. It seemed like I said she did a lot of work. And it almost makes that other text credible. That like whoever it was felt like she was just a babysitter. And she a babysitter and like a side piece or something like that. Maybe there's a lot more to the behind the scenes that we knew. Sandwich. So maybe I don't know, maybe she became a little resentful or bitter or just unhappy. That's a lot for anybody to take on. I can understand that, especially if you never wanted kids. Maybe she should have made that vocal to John. I don't know if she did or not. You don't want kids, and then you're taking care of somebody else's kids. Double whammy. It seems like everybody knows everybody flirting with everybody or whatever. Something weird going on in that town. It's under the water. I don't know. Yeah. Was it Brian Higgins and who was it? Brian Albert or whatever? Hugging and kissing in the bar. That shit was weird too. He slapped his ass and then kissed him. What the hell's going on in that freak town? I don't know. I think for me personally, I think Carrie's Robert's testimony was really good, and so far these texts are. I mean, it really just goes to her character, which you're not really supposed to consider that. You know, it's just about murder or manslaughter or whatever. But I wonder what the jury thinks about that. And I think that's Jackson, right? The defense attorney. Is it done? You see Fox 11.
Look further down on the 91
Oh, they're just looking at
through where you
traffic.
can
Okay.
see.
All right, we're gonna hop on the second channel for now, but well, let me create this live stream real quick so when we come back at. I don't know what time they're coming back actually. So she said 40 minutes. Let me switch account. Oh, my arm hurts.
And after they get forced off on Imperial, they're
It's not for the weak or for child haters to be a step parent. Yeah, my stepson is almost 18. It's been a whirlwind despite how much I love him and want kids. Yeah, I can't imagine that. So I can sympathize with her in that aspect. I don't know. I don't know if maybe she should have vocalized that to John, or how do you even vocalize that? Or do you come off like a piece of shit just for saying that's how you feel? There's some people like that. There's people that don't want kids. So imagine you're in a relationship and then boom, you got 2 kids now. Oh, God. I probably have a hard time too, man. I don't know if I could do a step kid or not. I mean, depending on the situation, if you know, I would prefer not to. But if something happened, you meet somebody you love, I don't know. I dated one time somebody with a kid, and that was definitely challenging for both of us. I mean, Maddie's such a. It's not even that; it's the other side. I'm gonna say nothing, but it definitely can be a challenging thing for sure. Maddie's like the easiest kid, man. All right. Create new. Carried. What has it been a good day though today? It has been a good day. I should check out too. When I start the other stream and we come back, I got 1,100 people. I gotta get to the second channel. When I start the other stream and I come back, at some point I'm gonna take a look at Turtle Boy's Twitter. Let's see what he has to say. So to try to be a little bit fair, and we can see what the opposing view is. I mean, I could look in the chat too, and I'm sure I could see your guys' view too. But I'll take a look too. Try to mix it up. Day 17 part. Oh, wait, is today 17 or 18? Today's 17? I don't even know anymore. I'm gonna set it for 145. Yes, Erica, thank you for the 10. Can you switch to Stu on the other channel? Yes. Oh, you guys could hear me the whole time? I'm so sorry. I thought I muted the mic. I'm about to jump over to you guys right now. I'm switching the streams. My bad. Thank you, Erica. I didn't realize I was unmuted on the other channel. It'd be funny if I was muted here and unmuted there. That'd be weird. That wouldn't make any sense. But all right, so 145. We'll be back here on the main channel, and I'll take a look at some of the other views. I want to see what the other people have to say about the testimony. And again, it's the very beginning of the cross, so there's a lot maybe that can dismantle. And like I said, with Brian Higgins, the whole sussing out, he was definitely into her. He definitely, maybe he had some type of moral quandaries a few times. Maybe he was like, that, maybe I shouldn't do this, or what if I get caught up, or like, what if he finds out? I think he was more worried about John finding out. He was into her, but I feel like he also felt something was off. Maybe that's why he was questioning so much. She was definitely trying. I think she wanted to have that for some reason to hold.
Pardon the interruption. Could you change this to Stu on the other Wii channel? Thanks.
Yes.
Winking face, winking face.
All right, I'm gonna see you guys over on the other side. I appreciate you guys so much for riding out with me during this trial. Today was definitely so interesting. Okay, we gotta go. I set up the stream. I don't know if you guys want to hang out with me. Let me transfer you to the second page, because then from the second page, I don't know. If the thing is still on, then we can't. But let's all go hang out on the second page. Hold on. Okay. All right, I will see you guys there, and then at 1:45. Love you. Bye.